Good evening, everybody. Welcome to tonight's Common Council meeting. Seeing everybody has checked in, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item C, public comment. At this time, the mayor will recognize members of the public who have indicated their desire to address the council. Upon recognition by the mayor, persons may address the council for stating their name and address. Council may act on emergency matters introduced by members of the public. Anyone from the public wish to address Mr. Pinker? You know the drill. Please go to the podium and state your name and address.
William Penker, 600 Sycamore Avenue. My comments will be a follow-up to statements made at the meeting on February 9th by concerned citizens, Commissioner Myers, and Alderman Spiros. This year and last, we have seen and heard individuals focused on issues related to the police department and the Board of Police and Fire Commissioners use the citizen comment period to express their views and concerns. Whether observers support the expressions, reject them, or remain neutral, I suggest we should commend the individuals. Rather than sitting in a private or public gathering place and venting, they came here, put forth their views, put forth their concerns, and placed a name and face with them. Few people have done so in the past, and I know this from years of experience at the podium. It is good to see others step forward. In addition, you deserve to be commended for the manner in which you receive citizen comments. When discussing our Board of Police and Fire Commissioners, it is important to note that it is an independent body. A founding principle behind boards of police and fire commissioners was the intent to remove political influence from, among other duties, the organization and supervision of the departments and the prescribing of rules and regulations for their control and management. The body is not a political football to be tossed about by various players. Last, let's consider this piece of yellow tape. Let's also consider the ongoing legal issues as they might be seen by observers outside of this room. Let's rephrase a significant statement made by Alderman Spiros about those issues. Very simple. Stay behind the tape. Let those on the inside, there are many people on the inside, do their jobs with procedure and due process. Or, to borrow from John Salka, a retired FDNY battalion chief, author, and consultant, when looking at a fire scene, and some might suggest you are at a fire scene, who has the three-dimensional view? Is it you who is inside the tape, or is it someone who is outside of it? I happen to suggest it's you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address the council? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public comment period. Item D, is there a motion to approve the minutes of the February 9th, 2021 meeting? A motion by Mr. Fire, second by Mr. Bargender. Seeing no discussion, please vote. And that motion carries unanimous. Item E, staff updates.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm Nicholas Combs, General Manager with Marshfield Utilities. Tonight, I just want to provide you an update on two different items. First, the bond sale for the building was completed last Thursday. The results were very favorable, an overall interest rate of approximately 1.53%. The original analysis that was provided through this body and to the commission as well actually assumed an interest rate in excess of 2%, so it's considerable savings. Overall, due to the reduced interest rate, and the underwriter premium, the overall payment is reduced by $1.4 million over the total course of that payback. And then the second item I wanted to just briefly hit on was during the summer and fall, the Hume Water Reservoir is scheduled for repainting. You may remember that reservoir is that large tank that's located at the corner of Veterans Parkway and Hume. The reservoir is typically repainted about every 20 to 25 years. That's long paint lasts on it. Given the location and the size, we're exploring alternatives to just painting the typical city logo this time. So if you have any ideas on what could be painted on there, and maybe in addition to the logo or other alternatives, or if you have individuals or groups that you feel we should reach out to that might have ideas, please feel free to contact me, either email or call me or grab me at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other staff updates? Seeing none, we'll go to mayor's comments. Employee recognition. Christine Zupank, the police department, 20 years. And I also understand we're celebrating, we celebrated a birthday yesterday. Pete Hendler, do you have any idea whose birthday that was? Sorry, maybe I shouldn't have brought it up. Anyway. A very happy birthday, and we'll refrain from singing. And that's all for my comments. Item G, council comments. Any council comments? Not seeing any. Item H, reports from commissions, boards, and committees. All right, seeing none. Item I. Is there a motion to receive and place on file approving all recommended actions in the consent agenda? Motion by Mr. Hendler, a second by Mr. Wagner. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. That motion carries unanimously. Item K, first reading of ordinance number 1450, request to rezone property at 907 North Hume Avenue, parcel 33-05310 from TR6, two-family residential, to MR12, multifamily residential, presented by Bryce Hembrook, city planner.
Thank you, Mayor. So the applicant has expressed interest in building a townhouse on the property. The property is currently zoned for two-family residential. The requested zoning district, which is MR12, would allow for single-family, two-family, and townhouse and apartments. The townhouse and apartments would be 3 to 4 units by right, and 5 to 8 units by conditional use would be allowed in that district. According to the future land use map in the comprehensive plan, the property is located in the medium density residential district, and the ideal land uses include single family, two family, and townhouse developments. And the ideal density in that district would be 3 to 10 units per acre. Any developments that are permitted by right, which would be 1 to 4 units, would meet the recommended density in the neighborhood and the specific site. So the neighborhood is predominantly a medium density neighborhood with duplexes to the south and southeast, which are zoned TR6, apartments to the north and northeast, which are zoned MR12, and then the high school is located to the west, and that is zoned for campus development. Overall, staff believes this location is suitable for a smaller scale multifamily development and would fit in with the surrounding neighborhood. Planning Commission reviewed this and recommended to approve this request last week. There is no action tonight. However, the second reading is scheduled for March 9th. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Bryce? All right, seeing none, we'll go on to item L, first reading of ordinance number 1451, request to rezone portions of several parcels 33-03542E, 33-03543, 33-03526 from SR3, single family residential, to GI, general industrial. These parcels are proposed to be combined with the parcel in which the Marshfield utility building is located at 2000 South Central Avenue. Presented again by Bryce Hembrook, city planner.
Thank you, Mayor. So in August of 2020, the city approved a conditional use permit for a large development facility. And one of the conditions was that Marshfield Utilities should work with city staff to attempt to combine portions of the properties to create one site and have one single zoning district. Right now, there's currently essentially 4 property lines that run through the Marshfield utility site. So this is a way to clean it up. The property has been surveyed and a certified survey map has been submitted. However, that cannot be approved until all of the properties are zoned under the same zoning district. So the properties will need to be zoned general industrial in order to continue to have an outdoor storage area, which the main parcel where the office building is located is already zoned appropriately. The subject properties are identified in the future land use map as being in the Parks District, while the property that they are combining with is identified as transitional mixed use, which in this case, an office and garage space would be appropriate in that district. So typically properties zoned general industrial would not be recommended in the Parks District. However, there are several reasons why we believe it is appropriate in this specific case. I'll just kind of quickly go over them. I also included them in the staff report. So number one, the land is already developed and the existing land uses have been there for decades. The only new features on the subject properties would be a fence and a stormwater pond. Number two, the land is owned by the city, and thus we can determine what use can or cannot go there. Number three, Marshfield Utilities decided to remain on the site, and the decision was made after the citywide rezoning and future land use map were completed. The next would be combining the properties will clean up the property lines and make one singular lot. This is one of the conditions that was listed in their conditional use permit, so Marshfield Utilities is trying to comply with that. And then the last one, denying the request would only result in Marshfield Utilities having several property lines that cut through the property. The office building is already zoned appropriately, so that would be able to proceed. So this is just a way to kind of clean up the property lines. Plan Commission reviewed and recommended to approve this request last week. There is no action required tonight. However, the second reading is scheduled for March 9th. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. Any questions for Bryce regarding this first reading? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much, Bryce. We'll go into item M. Request to approve resolution number 2021-09, adopting the 2020-2040 City of Marshfield Sewer Service Area Plan, presented by Josh Miller, Development Services Director.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be introducing this item and kind of talking high level. Can you not hear me? Okay. I'll be introducing this item, but I'll be turning it over to Daryl Landau from the North Central Wisconsin Regional Plan Commission. We hired them to help us with this process and basically write the plan. It's taken us about a year to do this project. Usually I don't think it would be that long, but COVID had an impact obviously on this. We had expected to be done with it, I think last year, but we're finished with it now. It's a multi-step process. We had, we do the policy advisory committee, you meet with them. That consists of staff, 2 aldermen, which I think was Tom Butke and Quentin Rosenditch. And then also we meet with all of the adjacent townships and the village of Hewitt. So there's a representative of each of those, plus 6 city representatives. So everybody that kind of is impacted or potentially impacted by the sewer service area has a representation. And that's important. And because we can go outside the city limits with the sewer service area boundary in anticipation of future growth. What the sewer service area boundary really is it dictates where we can and cannot essentially develop. We can't provide sanitary services for property that are outside that sewer service area boundary. So it's kind of an important area. Additionally, it also helps us with in protecting environmental sensitive resources. So like the wetlands and floodplains and things like that, those already have zoning requirements and regulations. However, this plan kind of reiterates that the impetus behind these plans are really for water quality protection. And so you could build buildings that are not connected to the sanitary sewer service and not comply with some of these standards in the plan. But as soon as it's connected to the sanitary services, then it's required to meet the requirements in the plan. So back in October, we met with the policy advisory committee. We took in some comments and made some minor changes to the plan. That plan then was brought forward to the Plan Commission, and there was a public hearing held on November 17th. Plan Commission recommended approval of that plan. After that, it went to the DNR. So it's been in the DNR's hands since that time. DNR has to sign off on that, and they've done so now. We got a letter in early March or early February, and so now we're bringing it to council to get approved by resolution. So what I wanted to do real quick, one of the challenges that we had with this plan was the plan is based on population growth. And, you know, Marshfield has been growing steadily for the last few years. And I think the population's 19,400 maybe 70 or something like that as the latest DOA estimates. And the DOA puts out projections for 20 years after each census. And they project our population to actually decline by 2040. That's a problem when you're trying to say we need more room or more land for growth when their Department of Administration is showing a decline. So working with Daryl and trying to kind of work with the Department of Administration, trying to get them to reconsider their population estimates, because our current population right now, their estimates, we're beating their projections from 2013. So it's kind of say, well, if your projections now are off, maybe your projections for 2040 are off, because we don't want to be shown as a shrinking community, because I don't believe that that'll be the case. But anyways, so we had a little bit of a challenge there. The reduced population projections didn't give us as much land as we had anticipated to include in the area, but we were able to be creative and work around that a little bit. So the next map, this shows the environmentally sensitive, it's not a good way to do this here. Environmentally sensitive areas. So that includes the wetlands, the wellhead protection areas, the wellhead recharge areas, the floodplains, things like that. And then this map was kind of, and I won't go over this in great detail unless there's some questions, but we wanted to show what areas were included or added to this area and what areas we removed or took away that we could no longer serve with sanitary sewer service. These were, we met with staff, we met with the Policy Advisory Committee and the Plan Commission, and these were probably made the most sense. Again, we were limited on acreage. We would have liked to have added more acres probably, and because there's probably other room for growth that our comprehensive plan shows, but it just didn't fit with our acreage calculation. So we do have opportunities to do amendments to this plan, and I imagine in the next 10 years, you'll probably see one. In the last plan that we did, there were amendments before 2010. The last plan from 2010 to 20, we didn't have any amendments, but and that's a process, but we'll get through it if we need to. So really, what I'll do now is I'll turn it over to Daryl, and if you want to cover some other things, Daryl, if you're still on, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Thanks, Josh. As Josh said, we're basically just here to kind of present and get the City Council approval of the update for the sewer service area plan. You've got the plan report in Josh's staff report and my kind of overview memo in your packet. And Josh covered a lot of the important points there. So I just want to hit some of the highlights and answer any questions that you might have. I don't want to take a whole lot of your time. But again, this is an update to the plan. The city, as Josh mentioned, has the original plan was adopted in 2000 and was updated again in 2010, and now we're doing the next 10-year update in that cycle. So it's a federal and state mandate by the Clean Water Act, and the state has certain guidelines that we have to follow, and Josh mentioned some of those in order to develop this plan, and I'll kind of hit a few more of those as we go through here. The program that's represented by the plan is sort of a background process that deals with the extension of city sewer into unsewered areas. The extensions must be inside the set boundary that Josh was talking about, but not within any of those environmentally sensitive areas that he mentioned. And the boundary is established with the assistance of a neutral third party. That's where my office, the North Central Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission, comes in. The DNR, typically across the state, enlists the regional planning commissions to provide this sort of service in the development of sewer service area plans across the state. As Josh mentioned, we consulted with all surrounding communities that might be affected, and the size of the area is based on the population projections. Again, as Josh very nicely just explained for you, it's required to, one of those state requirements that I mentioned is to use the official state population projections, unless you can get a sign off, which we attempted to do and couldn't do, unfortunately. So as Josh noted, we have that issue of the population projection that you have being out of date and a little bit on the low side. But we have latitude to account for other types of growth, commercial, industrial. As Josh mentioned, we tried to push the envelope in some of those areas to maximize our acreage. Would like to just mention that as far as the administration of this program, Wood County administers this program for Wisconsin Rapids, and they've agreed to administer for the city of Marshfield as well. Again, that's another, an outside administration requirement of the state here. So a lot of times we get the counties to participate with us in that regard. So basically what Wood County would do then is check any extension proposals to ensure that they comply with the plan, that the development is inside the set sewer service area boundary, and it's not violating any of these potentially environmentally sensitive areas. The county would also review any amendments. As Josh kind of identified, as the amendment process, the size really is not all that limiting, as we can just get an amendment if we need to. So if the population increases as we expect, those numbers can justify and support the amendment that we might put together. So those are the main highlights that I had. As far as I'm concerned with the program, with the project here. So if there's any questions that you had on it, I'd be happy to try to answer those for you.
All right, so I guess the first thing we would do then is a motion, and we'll get into a discussion, and then we can answer the question.
Yep, yeah, the resolution is before you tonight.
Okay. So there is a motion to approve resolution number 2021-09. Motion by Mr. Butkey, a second by Mr. Fisher. Discussion, please, Mr. Wagner.
Oh, thank you. I think I've been looking at the map of what's being deleted and what's being added to the sewer service area, and I see, well, a couple of things. Number one is that there's just a small amount that's being added to it up on the up near the viaduct. I think it's off of Lincoln Avenue anyway, in the city limits there, and I think that's land that we annexed in probably a long time ago, if I recall. It was probably 10 years ago. And then the other stuff that's added is down, I see the stuff that you're making provisions for industrial park land, I believe.
Right, yep.
And then there's, are we gonna be able to serve the area around Heritage Drive and that was just recently annexed in?
Yeah, so that, when we did this last boundary, we didn't do it quite on parcel lines, so we were able to add it at Draxler Drive property by the new Quick Trip. We actually bumped that out to the parcel line where the city limits are, so we're able to serve that entire TIF district now. Prior to this, we weren't able.
The other thing that's got, I know there are a lot of these, except for maybe the industrial park land, is already developed land. There's already people there, houses there that would be in need of city sewer and water under this plan. It doesn't make any difference to the DNR. We're only allowed X number of acres based on population and all the factors you just mentioned. But the best thing that could happen to us is if we could annex more land and provide more housing and provide sewer service to those areas too. But I see some of the most desirable sites are some of the sites that are being basically under construction now off of Lincoln Avenue and Adler and off of Lincoln Avenue and Ives in that area. I see that we're taking those off of the sewer service map. So what do we do about that? I mean, is there any way we could get that back in the sewer service area to encourage development?
It could. I mean, we certainly can. We can amend the sewer service area plan, as we mentioned earlier. It's pretty simple. There's two different types of amendment processes. One is a type 1, where you find other acreage that you're not going to develop. And we've actually preserved some acreage, and we've done this in the last plan along in the airport area. We can carve out, I think there's probably 80 to 120 acres we could carve out for a type 1 amendment. So you have to give up land in order to get land. So it's a 1-for-1 amendment, and it's pretty straightforward. A type 2 would involve additional processes and have to get a public hearing and more. I think the type 1 requires a public hearing, but type 2 is basically kind of a much more proving population and increases and things like that.
And the only thing that bothers me about that is I don't know what we have to give up. I think we need it all. So that's, I guess I'm being greedy, but
yeah, and we did leave an area of, I think it was maybe 200 feet deep or something off of Lincoln, just in case there is some housing development there. But ultimately that area,
that's that area of under the little jog there, the little green dot.
Yep.
That's a pretty little dot.
No, not that area. The area along Lincoln Avenue between north of Adler. There's an area there that we didn't completely take out anything abutting Lincoln Avenue. We basically kept in the sewer system.
Oh, okay, so there's some, okay, I see what you're talking about. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, please vote. That motion carries unanimous.
Thank you.
Item N, a review of process procedures and establishing a date and time for hearing regarding the complaint made against Mayor McManus. Introduction by Tom Witzel. And Tom, on this, I will recuse the chair to you for this.
I'll take it from here then. Thank you. All right, last month we had a special meeting. At that meeting, several items were passed. The first one was the bond, which was taken care of. There were other 4 items that were tasked to me. The first of those 4 items was to secure legal counsel, which we did approximately a week ago. We have Mr. James Calney on the phone. He's actually on our Zoom meeting here. We're going to have him talk a little bit about what to expect from here on out. That particular action really kind of lays out the first of several actions that follow up with that. So securing the legal counsel was the first action. After that is the date, which we're going to talk about a little bit today. Then is the serving of the papers and the subpoenaing of the witnesses, and all of that, of course, is based on that date, of course, based on what the legal counsel is recommending. So Mr. Kenley will talk a little bit about the path that we are taking to get to the hearing, as well as a little bit of what that hearing is going to look like. And then from there, we'll talk a little bit about dates. And you can task me with then setting that specific date that we potentially choose, and then we'll go on with the rest of those steps at that point. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. James Calney, who's, like I said, on the meeting, and I'll let him talk from here.
Thank you, Mr. Witzel. What I'd like to do is, first of all, introduce myself a little bit, then talk about my role, why you folks hired me, then talk about where the case is, make sure we're all on the same page there, that I'm not missing anything. Then I want to go through the process, talk about what we have to do before the hearing, talk about what the hearing is going to look like, talk about some of the expectations, your role during that hearing. Then, once we've gone through all that, I'm going to ask you folks to make a few motions that we'll need to get this thing moving, to get the matter scheduled and to get the papers served and the necessary steps undertaken. So first of all, my background. I was an assistant city attorney. It's hard for me to believe, but it was 1980. Think about how long ago that is. It's a little disturbing. But it was an assistant city attorney in Green Bay from 80 to 88. And I was a city attorney in De Pere from 88 to 96. Then I was Green Bay and Brown County HR director for 6 years. And that ended up in 2002. And now I'm with Davis and Keelthaw. Throughout that time, I've always been involved in municipal law, advising municipalities. A lot of it was labor and employment related. Consequently, I've been exposed to various different types of hearings, including Chapter 17 hearings. So that's really why I'm here, why I was hired. So my role, it can really be summed up by saying I've got to make sure I'm going to be advising the council. And my principal role is going to be to make sure that we have due process in this situation involving the mayor in this complaint and how we process this matter. That's my principal role. To do that, I'm going to have to oversee the hearing preparation, and that includes scheduling, helping people identify witnesses, identify exhibits, assist in issuing subpoenas, and then preparing and serving the notices, the complaint, the answer, that kind of thing. During the hearing, I would act as hearing examiner. I would be the person that would advise on maintaining order, ruling on evidentiary matters, responding to questions you folks might have, and then ultimately assisting in deliberations and drafting your final order and seeing to that that's properly processed. As far as the case before the board, as I understand it, first of all, I want to go through what I want to cover today. As far as I want to make it clear, we didn't notice that we're going to talk about the content of the complaint. What we're talking about here is process, and I want to limit the conversation to that because of notice and other issues. And I also want to mention that when we go forward in this process, the complaint, the four corners of the complaint, what's actually in that document is going to be the parameters of what we're going to be discussing and dealing with as we provide due process. This is not going to be a situation where it's an open gripe section about the mayor or police and fire commissioner or anything like that. We're going to look at what's alleged in the complaint, and we'll be seeing to it that you folks are served a copy of it. I understand you do have one. And we're going to stick to what's in that complaint and proving those allegations. That's what we should cover. That's what the mayor has guaranteed as his due process rights. So with that in mind, I want to go on and state, yeah, the complaint does allege that in response to a public records request, the mayor took some actions which, under the allegations of the complaint, violated the law and ethical standards. The complaint requests the removal of the mayor, and the complaint was duly certified and filed. The statutes kick in. Chapter 17, which was referenced in the complaint, kicks in. And we have to have a public hearing on that matter. So case law also requires a thing called due process, and it tells us that we have to make sure that the mayor has notice and opportunity to be heard, and that the complainants have a notice and opportunity to meaningfully file and prove their case. The applicable statute says the removing power, that's the council, before acting upon any charges preferred against any officer requiring or preferring the same to execute and deliver a bond in the sum of $1,000. I understand you folks have already dealt with that issue. You passed a motion back on the 2nd, and I understand cash bond is filed. So we're past that step. Also on the 2nd, I understand you authorize the president to hire someone, authorize the president to coordinate the scheduling, but we're going to be talking about that as for the council to act on today. Authorize the president of the council to coordinate the service of the complaint and notice. I think I'll be taking a more active role in that. And then authorize the issuance of subpoenas. So we've got a lot of the framework already completed, but now how we go about doing it is what brings us here today. I want to start by talking about the role of the council in due process. I've mentioned that over and over again already, because that is the central issue. As council members, you are to act as impartial decision makers in this matter. Your role is to make a decision that's going to be based on the evidence that's presented at the hearing. You're going to want to avoid anything that would unduly sway you or bias you in making that decision. You're a jury member, essentially. So you want to avoid hearing things that aren't heard in the hearing, at the hearing. So I strongly advise you against any type of independent investigation that's not appropriate or public discussion. It's going to be tempting for you folks to talk to your constituents about what's going on, but that's not appropriate. It's not appropriate to go into it. The deal here is that we're going to give the mayor a fair shake as far as finding facts regarding what actually occurred and what we should do about that. Again, the goal is to provide a fair hearing. That's what due process is all about. Now, in getting to that hearing, there's a lot of steps we're going to have to take. First of all, we want to serve the complaint. We haven't served the complaint yet. And under the statutes, we have to serve the complaint on the mayor not less than 10 days prior to the hearing. So that implies we're going to need to set a hearing date. And that also implies that we're going to have to serve at least 10 days beforehand. Pretty straightforward. The statute also provides the hearing shall be conducted by the removing power with due dispatch. So that means we have to act deliberately. Deliberately under the law can be a long time, but we want to try to act relatively quickly within the parameters of getting things done, the things done that we need to do. Again, we want to be mindful of due process, making sure people have proper notice and a chance to prepare to be heard. The next step is going to be an answer, or might be an answer. After 10 days after service on the mayor, he may or may not, it's going to be his choice, respond with an answer. That's optional to him. And the answer may affect some considerations and evidentiary matters. We want to wait to see what the answer has to say, give the mayor his full 10 days, unless he notifies us that he wants to waive that. The council will be provided a copy of the complaint and answer to make sure we're all on the same page. But why this is important is it puts us out at least 12 days from where we are right now. So you want to start with that realization. Then preparing for the hearing. The statute also provides the removing power, and in case such power consists of more than one person, each person is authorized to administer oaths, issue subpoenas for attendance, to compel witness in the production of evidence, and may make and enforce such orders and rules as are necessary to properly conduct the hearing. You're going to be delegating some of that authority to me. You already have delegated a lot of it to the president. We're going to be administering oaths. Everybody's going to testify under oath. We're going to issue subpoenas, serving them properly under the law. That'll bring forward witnesses. That'll bring forward evidence. The question becomes, what's the evidence? Who are the witnesses? I'm going to be recommending the council authorize, again, the president issue subpoenas. Also, we're going to have to hire a stenographer. That's required in the statute. Also going to ask you to authorize me to administer oaths, take the actions necessary to provide for the procedures of evidence, and make and enforce such orders and rules as are necessary to properly conduct the hearing. Lastly, I'm going to ask you to authorize me to act as hearing examiner. So what are the actions necessary and proper to conduct the hearing? First step, and you might be familiar with this because I understand you have a police and fire commission hearing going on, and some of you may be aware of this. The first step is in this type of hearing process, and a due process type hearing, is a scheduling conference. And what that means is we talk about, a big part of the due process is notice. So what we're going to do is make sure both parties are on notice of what's going to be going on. Generally, we're going to want to coordinate the exchange of witnesses, coordinate the exchange of evidence. Any witnesses the council feels are necessary, we'll make sure that we can add that into the process. We also want to see if they have any stipulations of fact. That oftentimes will shorten the process considerably. Practical considerations, since we need to give the parties a chance to collect their evidence and their witnesses, take some time. You need to notice and subpoena the witnesses. You need to serve them and give them a reasonable time to respond. You need to give the parties at least some time to prepare their case, their evidence, and their witnesses, and to be ready to exchange them. To accomplish this, if you can do it in 3 weeks, you've done pretty well. I would hazard to guess that it's probably taken a little longer in your police and fire commission hearing. It normally takes us longer when we do them. Scheduling. Based on what I just brought to your attention, I think the earliest we can have all this accomplished would be somewhere around the week of the 26th, probably early the 26th, we could get it done. I also understand that some of the facilities of your community will be used the week before that in another hearing. So I would suggest that we schedule this matter during your off week. That would be the week of March 29, 30, and 31st. That should give us the time to accomplish everything we need to do. It's the fifth week for you folks, so you shouldn't have meetings. When we go to the hearing, what's that all about? It's a formal hearing. Burden of proof will be on the complainant. They'll go first. You'll notice that the hearing will be, the evidentiary standards are a little laxer, lenient, much more lenient on hearsay, but the evidence is still going to have to be relevant to the charge. So opening statements. The mayor is going to start. He can give an opening statement, and the complainant can give an opening statement. It's a summary of the evidence. It's not actual evidence, just to kind of tell you what to expect. The complainant would then have their witness called. They'd be sworn. There'd be direct questions by the complainant, crossed by the mayor. And then any questions you folks have will be posed to the party. The mayor's defense. If he's delayed the opening, he can give it at that time. And the same process follows. Witness is sworn, direct questioning from the mayor, crossed by the complainant, questions by the counsel. So that's the process that we would follow. Depending on how that goes, we might have what's called rebuttal or surrebuttal, limited to what the evidence has already been produced and contradicting it, arguing it. Putting in evidence contrary to what's already been put in evidence. Consideration of matters, if there's some additional evidence that the council might think we need to explore, we'll do it at that time. We'll talk it over and see how we can go about it. Then there'll be deliberation. We'll dismiss the parties and the council will be able to deliberate. That can be in closed session. To determine facts and determine your conclusions. Once that's done, remember the burden of proof is going to be on the complainant, and the complainant will have to prove inefficiency, neglect of duty, official misconduct, or malfeasance in office. That's the standard. That's the burden of proof. The burden of persuasion is the preponderance of evidence, more likely than not, that those acts occurred. There is an extraordinary vote that is required to remove, and that's a 3/4 vote of the body. That means 8 people, minimum. So if no removal, the action is dismissed, and we'll file an order accordingly. And another thing that's kind of important is that if you need some more time to go through this, we can adjourn, and we might want to be ready to do that. Now, back in open session, you'll announce your decision, you'll order the removal or dismissal, and then you'll order me to file the transcript, causes, and other official documents necessary with the clerk. So what's our action at this time? What do we need to do to get this started? The first thing is to ratify my appointment as special counsel for the city and direct me to do the actions necessary to prepare and conduct the hearing of Chapter 17 hearing, requesting the removal of mayor, dated January 28, 21. Next step, authorize the president and the council to execute subpoenas on behalf of the city and hire a stenographer. Next step, authorize special counsel with the advice and consent of the president to take all the necessary actions to provide production of evidence, make rulings and enforce orders as are necessary to properly conduct the hearing, and then to act as hearing examiner on behalf of the common council without limitation by enumeration to give me the authority to administer the oath and make the rulings. Also, you're going to want to direct me to get the matter started by serving the complaint properly. Finally, we want to set the hearing. I think we should do it by motion, and I think we should set it for March 29, 30, and 31, 6 p.m. each day in the Common Council chambers. I think that's an overview, be it rather quick. That's an overview of the procedures. I'm more than happy to answer questions and would open the floor to do so. Mr. Wetzel?
Thank you. Regarding all those motions, I don't know that we can take action tonight since they were not on the agenda. Is that correct? The only thing we have on the agenda is setting date and time.
Yeah, I normally have that, when's the next meeting? When would be the next meeting?
2 weeks.
The regular body meeting would be March 9th. I realized that I would put blame on.
Can you put your mic?
So
A lot of these actions were also already taken regarding authorization that was provided to the council
Correct.
president.
There's only one or two that have not been, and to me, the hiring, as a matter of fact, that's an issue that needs to be taken up. Otherwise, in regard to the PFC hearing at some point. So I think that one, you can certainly set the date, and I think the others we can catch up on and the otherwise, but certainly based on this conversation, we can move forward to take the steps that have been discussed otherwise.
Okay.
And they're reasonably within that scope, but you're right. I think the hiring of a stenographer was not identified specifically. If we would have said that, take appropriate action, we might have been a little bit more broad, but I don't like that we limited only to setting it the date.
Okay. I'll first start with any questions anybody might have for our attorney regarding any of this. This is an opportunity for you to ask questions or to get clarification on some of the things he discussed, specifically regarding the process. Mr. Wagner?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I think it's important that the agenda says we can set the time and date of the meeting, which I think is great. I think the thing is we can't do that unless we do confirm the appointment of our Mr. Colney as our representative in doing so. Can we authorize him to set the time and date and serve notice?
I guess the question comes back to the second action that was taken at our previous meeting.
Yeah, correct. So,
Given the
I mean, I think it's a formality that, it was discussed that you ratify this, but because of your previous motion at the last meeting that authorized the hiring of legal counsel through the president, I don't think we have a problem in regard to notice on that particular issue. So, and I think that you've got the date and time, even that was addressed in the previous motion. The only thing I think that's outside that parameter that is a new item is just securing a court reporter. And because we wouldn't actually incur that expense until you have your hearing, you're good to go here. I mean, that's my view of that.
Mr. Wagner?
Mr. Wagner, is your mic on?
I would like to make the motion to appoint Mr. Colney, formally appoint Mr. Colney to, as our representative in this matter, have him set the date and serve the notices as appropriate.
Okay. So the motion made, second by Mr. Fisher. Any discussion? Facial?
As to the date, I am not available that time period I'll be gone from the 24th to the 1st.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody else has conflict.
So if that's the situation, then we would be looking probably at having to move up a week or back a week. Mr. Fisher?
Thank you, Council President. I have a question. As far as the date goes, When is the Fire and Police Commission hearing happening?
So currently, the Fire and Police Commission is beginning on March 10th, and that's expected to begin in the afternoon of March 10th. But it's sporadic from March 10th through the 25th. I think we're talking about March 10th and then the 12th and 13th, and then the next week we've got 3 days or so in there. And I think then it's the 23rd, 24th, and 25th as it kind of closes out.
And the reason I asked that is since Alderman Peschel just mentioned he is unavailable. I know it might not be ideal to have both hearings going at the same time, but since you just said that there are breaks during those hearings, is it possible, and this is for anyone who wants to answer this, is it possible for us to try and have this between the breaks between the Fire and Police Commission hearing?
We have to be certain that we're not aligning on the same days, since there'll be a conflict of timing with the complainant and with the space, because everything will be taking place in this room. So I don't know what you're talking about is trying to fit things together like a puzzle, and I'm not sure what the week of the 22nd looks like in terms of that hearing.
I'm gonna look at, Steve, are you familiar with what the specific days are? And then I'll caution that even though we isolated days out of that time period, the issue of times were still being negotiated, and frankly, they're being negotiated between the two attorneys that were involved. But we could at least get the days. Do you have them available? Otherwise,
The original dates that were selected that week, 23rd, 24th, and 25th, but Attorney Kitty representing the two families stated that the 24th would not work. So we sit here right now, it's intended the 23rd and the 25th. Tuesday and Thursday would be based on the gifts.
So then we would have the ability to do the 22nd, 24th. And if we're looking at a third date, we'd be looking at that Friday, the 26th. Mr. Paschal, when did you say you were leaving? Okay. So that's going to be difficult as well. The other option is the April 5th, 6th, and 7th, and we would have to do some juggling around other city meetings that are scheduled that particular week. Okay, that's not going to work.
What about,
Yes.
so in looking at their calendar, are all the gifts here? Or I should say, are they happening here?
They are currently all scheduled to be held here, but as was mentioned, one of the other things besides the schedule and facility conflict might be the people involved in providing testimony. For example, the person who made the complaint would be involved in that proceeding.
I mean, I'm just looking, and if we were looking at getting it, it looks like you're thinking this might take 3 days. Is that what I'm assuming, since you said the 29th, 30th, and 31st?
Mr. County?
Yes. Yeah, I believe it would be wise for us to save 3 days. Remember, we're only talking evenings, so we're talking 3-4 hours each time.
Could we look at March 18th, 19th, and 20th?
Won't have the notices out, and we'll barely have the complaint back, the answer back.
Okay. What about the 24th, 26th, and 27th then?
Can't,
Kind of be a
because
day.
Mr. Paschal will be gone.
Well, what days are you leaving?
He's leaving on the 24th. Mr. Fisher?
I know I'm conflicted over this because obviously I don't want to rush anything, but I think it's important that we have the entire council present for
You
the
have to.
hearing. And I assumed we'd have to, but since we have 2 people gone after March 24th, I think at this point, as inconvenient as it might be, we have to consider something prior to March 24th. And schedule it at that.
What would the earliest that you would see this happening, Mr. Kelly?
It would be extremely tight, but we could make the 22nd and 23rd, although the 23rd is a PFC date, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Witzel.
Yes.
I would just like to throw in here that there is a chance that I will be getting legal counsel. So to do it too close is, I mean, I wish we could do it at the dates that the attorney suggested, but we can't. I don't know if getting it done sooner with everything then having to be rushed through would be a good thing.
Because as pointed out, some of the dates that we're going to be working out for the hearing in order to comply with due process and give them an opportunity to be heard and prepare their cases, we're going to have to talk, if there's counsel involved, we're going to have to talk to counsel and make sure they can be there.
Mr. Wagner.
Yeah, Mr. Whitfield, I think in light of the fact that we must have the council, the full council present, I suggest the 6th, 7th, and 8th of April. That's a week, that's a council week off.
Ms. Spiros is out.
When are you gonna be gone? Oh, gee.
Mr. Patient?
I don't have any back.
Fourth is Easter.
Sorry, yeah.
24th.
Right.
You're back when? The 1st? Are you available on the 1st? Ms. Spiros? You're leaving on the 4th or you're leaving on the 1st? Yes. Thursday is the 1st.
I have the wrong.
It's 2021.
Yes, I'm meeting on the. It's because the sellers are going to throwing me off this Monday.
Okay.
We just expect those other dates to be out.
You said the 21st and 22nd is Sunday, Monday? Would the 20th work? Saturday? We could go for a longer session on a Saturday and then wrap things up on a Monday. Does that work for you, Mr. Kelly?
It'll be a push, but we'll try to get it done by then. Again, I'm concerned about if council's appointed and their availability, but we can push for that. We can try to make that date.
Okay.
And I'll get back to you folks when there's a problem.
Okay. Mr. Wagner?
Yeah. We can always
Microphone?
meet and adjourn or meet in recess for some period of time if we have to do it. So if we have to extend the days beyond that, we could have the initial date, call it to order, and then recess if we had to. I believe we could do that. Mr. Coney, with that, I know that's awkward, but would you be opposed to that? Yes, you would.
As you say, it's awkward, and sometimes it's a little difficult for you guys to remember exactly what was said at the last meeting and things like that, but the further they get apart. But it's certainly legal. You certainly can do it that way.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Mr. Witzel, I'd just like to say that's really pushing this very fast if legal counsel is going to be, and if the county thinks he can get it done in that time, but to serve subpoenas and get statements and everything else in that time. But ultimately, it's up to you all.
Mr. Rosendich.
Do we see problems pushing into like tax season, 15th, 16th of April?
Well, I think part of the situation is that we have council seats that are potentially going to be switched. And I think that the idea of getting this wrapped up with the current council that's sitting is ideal. Anybody new coming in will have no background.
But they'll hear the other.
So the entire first week of April, 5th through the 9th, that entire week's out?
Correct.
I couldn't hear Ms.
Yes,
Okay.
we have a council member that will be out at least that week, probably the week after as well.
Oh, yeah.
Barb?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to confirm, based upon what Mr. Rosendich said, maybe I misunderstood him. The new council will be seated on Tuesday, April 20th. That is the day, and I would agree with Council President Witzel, that we'd like to have it done before, rather than potentially bring on new members to walk into this situation.
And Mr. Peschel is gone
24th.
that week of the 29th.
Yep.
Of March.
24th through the 1st. They'll be returning on the 1st, but then Ms. Spiros will be gone by then.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Fisher.
Thank you. My thought would be, since it sounds like the 20th and 22nd I haven't heard anyone say it wouldn't work for them. It won't work for you?
I wish I'd have known that about a week ago before I printed. I got to work at the Legion on that Saturday. I have a rib feed, so, and I have to prepare it. So if you'd have told me a week ago, I'd have had it. The only day I probably not got something going on.
Well, I guess I'm open for a motion. I think we all have heard availabilities and or lack thereof. If the 20th is not a possibility, is the 19th a possibility? We do 19th and 22nd and then go from there. Mr. Fisher?
I would suggest the 19th and 22nd, and then direct you and Attorney County to set those dates. And if we run into an objection from the mayor's legal counsel, we then deal with it at later.
All right, so that's your motion?
No,
So-
Mr. Witzel, I believe you already have a motion on the floor from Mr.
I will amend.
For what?
to appoint the legal representation.
Oh,
What I'll
sorry.
do is amend the
Yeah.
motion to include those dates.
I will second his amendment.
Okay, so let's back it up a bit. You made a motion
Yes.
to officially accept the appointment of Mr. Calney as our legal counsel.
And for him to
Started
serve.
discussing and we got into dates, which sort of took us off the track. We want to start with that motion,
That motion, yes, that
and we'll go to
motion,
the date motion.
excuse me?
Then we'll do the dates as a separate motion. All right.
Fine, I'll accept that.
So we have a motion to officially appoint Mr. Calney to take on the legal action. We already had a second on that as well, right? All right. So all those in favor of that? Oh, please vote. Sorry. Not used to the. All right, and that motion passes 10-0. All right, and then we will look at Mr. Fisher's date request.
Yeah, I will make a motion to set the hearing date for March 19th and 22nd.
All right, we have a motion for the 19th and 22nd, so Friday and a Monday. Second by Mr. Wagner. Any discussion on the date? Yes, Mr. Wagner.
I'm assuming that since Mr. Colney said that setting the date it also implies the service of the papers, is that correct? So that you did intend that to be included, didn't you, Mr. Fisher? As long as that's included, I feel comfortable with this. Thank you.
Yes, I would assume that having this date selected then puts the rest of the actions in motion based on
That was my assumption.
previous action that was taken by the body. All right, so if there's no further discussion, please, oh, sorry, we had a motion by Mr. Fisher and a second by Mr. Wagner, thanks. To set the dates as the 19th and the 22nd. No further discussion, please vote. That passes 10-0. And then based on that date and the action that was taken at a previous meeting authorizing me to serve the papers and to work with the council on issuing subpoenas, I think we can move forward with that. That's your understanding as well, Mr. Wolfgram? Okay. And then we'll worry about the other issue of stenographer at a future date. Is there anything else to be discussed regarding this? I'll look to Mr. Calney first. Any further discussion?
No, we'll try to make sure we get the complaint served immediately, tomorrow or at the latest Friday.
Okay, Mr. Wolfgram, anything else?
I think Steve's good.
Mr. Barr?
If I could, just to clarify, you're referring to 6 p.m. both evenings, is that the plan?
Yes.
Is there, Mr. Conley, would there be any, what would be the date then for a scheduling conference when we can go over witnesses and, not evidence, witnesses? And
I'll contact the mayor and I'll contact the complainant shortly after service.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I believe that wraps up this agenda item then. So I will now turn it back over to the mayor.
All right, item O, adjourn to closed session under Wisconsin statutes, chapter 19.851E, deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specific public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons are involved. Discuss executing offer to purchase for land adjacent to TIF District Number 7, and closed session under Wisconsin statutes, chapter 19.851F, considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories or disciplinary data of specific persons, preliminary consideration of specific personnel problems, or the investigation of charges against specific persons, except where Par B applies, which, if discussed in public, would be likely to have a substantial adverse effect upon the reputation of any person referred to in such histories or data, or involved in such problems or investigations. In 19.851G, conferring with legal counsel for the governmental body who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is or likely to become involved, review of current municipal court matter for consideration of substitution of counsel, and closed session under Wisconsin statutes, chapter 19.851G, conferring with legal counsel for the governmental body who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is or is likely to become involved. Update on litigation involving Trimedia LLC. Update on employment law matters involving police department. There is a motion by Mr. Wagner, a second by Mr. Fisher. Please vote. Mr. Wagner? There we are. Thank you. We're in closed session. Do y'all need a break? Item Q, actions on matters discussed in closed session. Let's see. The first one is authorize appropriate city staff to execute an option to purchase land adjacent to TIF District number 7, subject to the creation of TIF District number 12 having been completed. There's a motion by Mr. Fisher, a second by Mr. Butke. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. That motion carries unanimously. The next motion is authorize substitution of outside legal counsel for the city attorney in a municipal court matter. Motion by Mr. Witzel, second by Mr. Peschel. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. That motion carries 9-1. Right, the next motion is authorize the execution of a settlement agreement with Trimedia LLC. Is there a motion by Mr. Wagner, second by Mr. Butke? Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. That motion carries unanimously. And the final motion, you're going to have to read that one.
Direct the city administrator to determine the council room capacity and enforce that capacity during the hearings upcoming, and direct the City of Marshfield Communications Committee to videotape the hearing for record-keeping purposes, but to not stream that video or broadcast that video on TV.
And that is a motion by Mr. Fisher, second by Mr. Hendler. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. That motion carries 7-3. Let's see, item R, any suggested items for future agendas?
Move to adjourn.
With, all right, seeing none then, how about a motion to adjourn? Motion by Mr. Mr. Wagner, did I see your hand?
Sure.
Mr. Wagner, a second by Mr. Rosendich. Thank you all very much. We are adjourned.